6:02 on January 22nd, 2024, and I call this meeting of the Clear Creek Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been duly called, and that its notice has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Our first item on the agenda is closed session, and so the time is 6:02. The board will now move into closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, concerning purposes permitted by the Act, including 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, and 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignments, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an employee. And we'll go into closed session. 11, and I call us back into open session. The next item on our agenda is Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
Okay, and I think I have some Creekside Cobras here. Come on up. Come on up, yeah. Here we go. Y'all can help us, and there's our flags. Okay, we'll look that way. Who's going to lead us off?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
And please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated, except for our Creekside friends. Just a minute. Okay, so as they're sitting down, y'all are in student council together. Is that right? Okay, well, tell us what student council is doing to support the school. You love the mic.
Yes.
Awesome.
So we've done quite a few service projects already, and we're planning a few more. We've implemented recycling bins all throughout our school so that we can really start taking a lead in helping our community. And we've done trunk or treat to help support the elementary school kids, and we invited them over, and we kind of passed out candy. And Vivian, would you like to?
Oh, thank you. A couple of other surface projects that we have done has been we've given out donuts to the parents that drop their kids off in the car rider line. We've, like she said, trunk or treat to help the elementary schools. We went on a field trip to the zoo. And we went on a field trip to the zoo, and we rode on some ride thing and saw these animals.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's wonderful. Did you see a cobra? No. Okay. Sorry. A lot of ostriches. Oh my gosh. Well, it sounds like y'all had fun, and it sounds like you're doing a lot of amazing things for the school. Before you leave, I would like, if you don't mind, taking the mic and just telling everybody your name and your grade.
My name is Peyton Rodriguez, and I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Katiana Hyde. I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Santiago Salariaga, and I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Vivian Schneider, and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Willa Klein, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Olivia Harmon. I'm in 8th grade.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Smith, for bringing your students. Thank you so much. All right, well, we are going to invite the entire board to come down for, we have a couple of recognitions, and we are going to start with Colin Shen. Where is Colin? Come on up, Colin. The whole board is going to come up and celebrate your accomplishment. Stand here just a minute. As they're coming down, you may very well hear this name in the future. Colin from Clear Lake High School is one of only 2 outstanding youth leaders selected to represent Texas as a delegate to the United States Senate Youth Program. Since 1962, 2 of the highest achieving high school student leaders from each state are selected to serve as delegates to the program. This is an extremely competitive merit-based selection process held at the state departments of education nationwide. Congratulations to Colin and everyone at Clear Lake High School. Colin will also receive a scholarship. Do you want to tell them what that is?
Yes, it's a $10,000 scholarship.
Congratulations. And I'm a little bit curious. Okay, you'll be going to Washington, D.C. this spring.
Yes.
For like a intensive week?
Yes.
Okay, so in March, so tell us maybe why you applied for this and what your aspirations are.
Yeah, so I first applied to the program because I'm really passionate about politics, and I think that once you find something that you love doing, you just constantly find new ways to pursue it. And when I saw this program, I thought that it was like a perfect opportunity to go explore my passions further, going to Washington, D.C. and meeting politicians and really discovering how our nation's political processes work. So I think that once I found something that I'm really passionate about, that I really went out to go pursue it, and that's the main reason I decided to apply. And for future aspirations, I'm not completely sure yet, but I'm not. I'm actually not like I don't really have any like set plans yet. I'm just gonna plan on going to college and maybe running for public office one day. I'm not completely sure about that yet.
And what college?
I don't have any plans yet. Yeah, but I'm applying in the fall, so we'll see.
You get to go where you want to.
Yeah.
We'll wait for that. And you are standing in front of some people that have run for office to support your school district. And so what better opportunity than for all of them to say congratulations. We are so proud of you, Colin. Congratulations. All right, thank you, Colin. Thank you. Oh, wait. We have yes, parents. Y'all, did y'all get a picture? Please, photo op. Yeah, stand right here. Yes, y'all come on up. That is great. Perfect.
And she's wearing a princess.
Oh.
And you said you didn't know where you were.
Right. Yes, and it's a family event to get to this. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Yes, we're so proud. Yes, good luck. All right. We are going to have our trustees remain standing, if you will. It is School Board Recognition Month. And it is definitely our hope that the trustees feel appreciated every day. But formally, this is School Board Recognition Month in Texas. And this group of 7 elected trustees behind me works tirelessly for the students and staff. I am in awe of their determination and passion to keep Clear Creek ISD an exceptional place, not only to learn, but to work. And as I was thinking about our trustees, both individually and collectively, I kept being drawn to our district parameters. And so if you will let me read those to you, I think the trustees will resonate in these parameters. Let me share them. We will focus decisions on what is best for students. We will base decisions on facts and data. We will treat each person with dignity and respect. We will sustain a culture of inclusion and collaboration. We will model what we expect. And we will compromise neither excellence nor integrity. This is your Board of Trustees exemplifying these parameters in Clear Creek ISD. Each one is committed to ensuring that that star is a bright hope for every student in our district. I'm so grateful for what they do, and I want to just as a side, it is very personal for each one of these individuals up here. Each trustee is either a graduate of Clear Creek ISD, a current parent of Clear Creek ISD, or a parent of a graduate of Clear Creek ISD. Very personal to them. I want to thank them from all of us, and I can speak for the staff and the parents. Thank you, and the students. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a little bit more. All right. So if y'all be seated, we have a short video for everyone.
I think all of us share this commitment to making the best decisions for the district, and we each recognize that that doesn't just happen on paper. That when we meet as a board, we're getting information and we're seeing things through leaders across the district that are sharing that with us. We really enjoy getting to work together. We each bring a different perspective. We each bring different strengths. And so it is fun to work really hard together on things that we know are important, but still maintain some levity, because we realize that at the end of the day, we're making decisions as a board. And it's our individual perspectives that give us that strength.
I think the school board is really important just for their unwavering support and dedication to our students and their commitment to ensuring that the district has the resources and programs and things that we need for student success.
They focus on working with parents, students, and community members to ensure that our district is on the right path, and making sure that all of the students in it are succeeding, not only as students, but also once they graduate and go out into the community. Each and every member of the board is working towards the success of the students and of the community, and they're all working with the intention of helping students grow and ensuring that they're working in safe and successful learning environments.
We have an extremely diverse board when it comes to expertise, backgrounds. It's amazing to me how they can come and have so many different experiences and professional insights, and they use that and they work together and they collaborate together to support our students and our districts. The community needs to know how much they care, how compassionate they are for students, how driven they are for student success, and I would also say how courageous they are to make decisions that support students. They individually and collectively are absolutely dedicated to ensuring that our CCISD STAR is a bright hope of opportunity for every child, for all children. And for that, no other words but thank you. So we have the best for last, because we have a special gift, framed rodeo art that you will treasure, and we have the artist here to present it to you. So if you will let me call them the artist up. And first of all, it is Alexandra Huertas, and with what you took, she's a senior at Clear Falls High School. Mr. Sanchez, President Sanchez, yes. Alexandra, stay up here. You gotta stay up. Lily Redman with My Box is an 8th grader at League City Intermediate. Miss Jonathan Contrell, Vice President. Isaiah DeHunbaugh with did I get that? Yes. Oh, hi, Isaiah. With Tractor, a kindergartner at Mossman, and he's going to go give that to Miss Checka. Madison Johnson with Bernie and the Horse from Gilmore Elementary to Mr. Jay Cunningham. Madison Chartier with Sunflower Fields from Clear Lake High School to Mr. Scott Bowen. Emily Livings with Dusk Till Dawn from Clear Springs High School, Mr. Jameson McKay. And Clarissa Castillo with Black Beauty from Hall Elementary for Mr. Jeff Larson. All right. Well, we'll get a picture, and then we do want we'd love for the art teachers and the principals to come up to you. Do you want to get a picture with just the children first? Yeah, we're going to do both. Principals, art teachers. We see some of the art teachers in the room. Y'all come on up with your children, with your students. Thank you, thank you. All right. Yes, great job. And thank you.
I took the scenic route. I have some stuff is there. So you didn't know, did you? The next item on our agenda is our district update from Dr. Engel.
Hey, thank you, President Sanchez. Last year, about this time, we brought together a group of parents, business leaders, board members, and students to dream big for Clear Creek ISD as part of our Vision 2030. Great initiatives came from it as the goal to be a leader in me district and pre-kindergarten for all. There is much more work to be done, which is why we are pulling together a team to build out our strategic plan for 2025 to 2030. We will provide the school board with an update on this process at our February board workshop. Well, the second semester is well underway, which means we are busy with wonderful student activities. The 42nd Annual Livestock Show and Auction was a tremendous success despite the freezing weather. We are grateful to our community who came out to support our FFA program. The auction raised more than $225,000 for students in the FFA program, and all trustees participated in the event and even pooled monies with cabinet to buy a pig. So thank you very much for that. The Science and Engineering Fair season is underway. On Friday, we had judging for our secondary science fair projects, and 3 of our trustees here with professional expertise in science and engineering, volunteered all day as judges. And I observed several students listening intently to trustees who gave them praise and valuable feedback on their projects. And the elementary fair is in February. Our CCISD robotics season is at its peak this time of year. Pretty much every evening and weekend, students are practicing or competing at the CCISD Robotics Center at the Learner Support Center. Due to the growth and great success of robotics, we will be hosting an awards night on Tuesday, May 7th at Space Center Houston. We are very excited to share that the event is being sponsored by Space Center Houston. And a fan favorite, our annual Senior to Senior Prom will be held on February 13th at Clearview High School. This is an opportunity for our graduating seniors to host a dance for senior citizens. This is our 13th year. And finally, I would like to thank everyone for their patience last week when we had to close school due to weather. We've heard positive feedback from families appreciating our early communication, and that is our goal. In the event we need to close for weather, we will do our best to communicate by 3 p.m. the day before. That may not always be possible, but that is our goal. And I would like to thank our maintenance and operations team for winterizing our facilities, which truly minimize the damage of broken pipes. We will not have to make up that day because we have enough instructional minutes in the existing calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Engel. The next item on our agenda is community input. The purpose of community input is for the entire board to receive feedback from citizens. The board will hear the public comments but will not respond, except as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, to respond to an inquiry by a member of the public or by a board member with a statement of specific factual information, recitation of existing policy, or to deliberate a proposal to place a subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. Matters brought forth that require a response will be addressed by the superintendent as appropriate. All information received is subject to verification. Community input is scheduled for 30 minutes and has 2 forms. Those requesting to address the board in advance of the meeting are granted 3 minutes to address their topics, and those who sign up this evening prior to 6:30 are granted 1 minute. In a district our size, there will certainly be issues or topics which will understandably generate considerable interest from the public. It's important that members of our community be able to address the school board respectfully, without disruption and without fear of intimidation from other attendees. On behalf of the board, the superintendent, and CCISD staff, we welcome your input during CCISD school board meetings. We request that everyone exhibit the respect and understanding each person rightfully deserves when addressing the school board during the public input portion of the meeting. And the first person this evening is Doug Peterson. Yes.
Good evening, CCISD board. It's great to see you tonight, and I wanted to come in. I'm a representative for not city council, but Commissioner, Harris County Commissioner Adrian Garcia, and I'm the liaison for the southern part of Harris County. And we had wanted to celebrate School Board Month here, and I passed out earlier some certificates of appreciation signed by Commissioner Garcia. Also had some words here that we wanted to say. The mission of public schools is to meet the educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world. County Commissioner Adrian Garcia is honored to celebrate the CCISD trustees for their dedication and commitment to this district's students and schools. Each of you perform critical work. You're elected to guide Clear Creek ISD strategic plans, create budgets, adopt policies, working closely with the superintendent and Dr. Karen Engel and the public. Your leadership and hard work are vital to the success of our students. As influential advocates for public education, you are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district, keeping your finger on the pulse of the community. You set the organizational structure and physical facilities that are the foundations of our school system. Strong school boards are essential to the highly effective public education system that we have. You provide the local governance and oversight that help CCISD best serve students, their parents, and our local communities. We recognize your commitment to children and the belief that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of every child. Your collaborative work with educational professionals, parents, and community members creates the educational vision for our students, leading to Clear Creek ISD's great success. For all these reasons, Commissioner Garcia urges all citizens to join him in recognizing your dedication and hard work to meet the needs of today's children and tomorrow's. Commissioner Garcia honors each of you with this Harris County Precinct 2 Certificate of Appreciation, acknowledging your unwavering leadership in public education and continuous service to the students of our communities. I have 3 daughters who all graduated from Clear Lake High School, got a fantastic education from Armand Bayou to Falcon Pass to the Intermediate Space Center schools. Oh, I'm up. I'm sorry. But I did want to thank you for that. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Davis.
Thomas Davis. I'd like to thank the board and administration for everything you do to support parental authority, teacher pedagogy, and student engagement. You've heard this before, and now you're hearing it at just the right time of the year. In America, the voice of the individual is equal in importance to the voice of the majority. With this thought in mind, I'm here to thank the other community speakers from the past year or so. Alphabetically by first name, thank you to these 39 individuals by first name: Allison, Anna, Ann, Ariel, Brianne, Chad, Chelsea, Claire, Clyde, Danielle, David, Doug, a moment ago, Erica, Fred, Jackie, John, Karen, Catherine, Kevin, Lara, Aura, Lori, Leah, Mark, Michael, Monica, Olga, Paula, Philip, Rebecca G, Rebecca P, Rob, Rolisha, Sarah, Scott, Sean, Sophie, Taryn, and Valerie, and of course Troop 14031 about to be presenting. What you all have in common is the courage to search your soul, sign up for your 1-minute slot or your 3-minute slot, search your soul some more, and if your busy day-to-day life allows you, show up and publicly share your viewpoint. I learned much by listening to you. Again, thank you. This thanks to the community speakers would not be complete if I didn't also thank the students, teachers, staff, leadership, board, and community contributors for their tireless efforts and achievements. To them, I suggest a constant effort to reassert the principle of subsidiarity. The more local a solution is, the more effective its impact. I invite all of you past and future community speakers to speak not only to the board and administration, but also to each other. I listened to each of your presentations and I asked myself, how can we help each other to bring a more audible local voice to CCISD and its 6 neighboring districts? Rather than forming yet another committee, why don't we start talking to each other more? As individuals sharing our wisdom with one another, we can make a difference at the most grassroots level possible. We will know we are successful if we have a full half hour of community inputs at nearly every CCISD board meeting. If you agree, please email me, Clear Creek Grandpa, with 2 grandchildren, 2 children in the district, graduates, and a grandchild in a neighboring district, please email me at ccgrandpa@proton.me. If your email comes from or is about CCISD or its 6 neighbors, I promise you a reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. The next speaker is Karen Mayer Cunningham.
Thank you, school board members and superintendent, for your time tonight. We thank you for your attention to these matters. I'm thankful to hear tonight that facts and data are important to CCISD trustees. I'm thankful to hear that you model what you expect, and I'm thankful to hear that this is personal, because this couldn't be more personal. I'm a special education advocate. I do about 500 IEP meetings a year. I've done it for over 25 years. I love the school district so much that when my last child graduated in 2021, I moved here so that my grandchildren could come to school here. But now I'm appalled at the behavior of the district. I serve an 11th grade student, Rusty Webb, with disabilities at Clear Falls High School, who has an orthopedic impairment, which means he's in a wheelchair. He has a speech impairment, which means he uses a device, and he has a visual impairment. In September of 2022, the parents filed a state due process hearing, their procedural right and procedural safeguards under IDEA and TAC, and we won. We prevailed against CCISD for denying their son a free, appropriate public education and denying them vision supports for a student who is blind. And we assumed it was over, and the district has done nothing to comply with that. It's my understanding that if the school board members knew about this, they would do something about this. So in your hand is a decision from November 22nd, 2022, where the hearing officer actually put in quotations about CCISD that your vision department needs an overhaul. We then contracted with Christine Roman-Lansky, the international expert as it relates to vision impairment for cortical and vision impairment, and the district chose the least amount of time to rectify this with 8 hours of consult. Now we move forward to May 11th, 2023, where I filed and got a complaint open against the district for the Office of Civil Rights. A student's civil rights continue to be violated, and it's open on disability. September 11th, 2023, the parents then filed a civil matter in the federal court system in Galveston County for a civil action against the jurisdiction. I don't know how this district feels so comfortable about being the only decision I've ever been a part of in 28 years, whether it's a mediated settlement, a dispute resolution settlement, a federal settlement, or a state due process hearing, which as a non-attorney advocate, I'm allowed to represent people, and you've done absolutely nothing but deny this little boy a free, appropriate public education. And every day goes by, and what we can be guaranteed was, we hear you, Mr. and Mrs. Webb. We're so sorry. We're going to do better at the elementary school. We'll do better at the middle school. We'll do better at the high school. And today we had to file a preliminary federal emergency injunction because today we sat in another wasteful 2-hour meeting where we were told, we just got to get through the meeting. It's okay that he doesn't have vision services. It's okay that he's denied the use of his VOCD because we're just going to pass the ball. I know the state entrusted this board with this district. I know that now that you have the information in front of you, you're going to do the right thing to rectify this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarissa Abbott.
Good evening. On behalf of the Stargazers Girl Scout Troop 140031 and all of the Girl Scouts that we represent from San Jacinto Council, we would like to show our appreciation to our wonderful school board. We have a little treat for you this evening. And girls, so a little something delicious for you to take home if they make it home this evening. We like, statistically, CCISD employees and board members are our largest customer base during cookie season. And we do so appreciate that. Your support with purchasing cookies from all of the girls in our council goes to help the troops earn all these wonderful badges that they have on their vests. It goes to maintain our council properties, including the horses at Misty Meadows, the boats at Casamare, and just all of the wonderful facilities and programming that we have for girls. Because of your support, we are able to have these girls become the leaders that will be sitting there in a few years. And we do so appreciate everything that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Picture. We can step up. Our next agenda item is action on closed session items. Item A, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Cunningham?
I move that the board approve the superintendent's recommendation for high school principal as Monica speaks.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Any questions, comments from the board?
I'd just like to say that I've been following Ms. Speak's career, during the time I've been on the board, and I'm very impressed with what she brings to the job every day. Her ability to be a liaison to the students underneath her is impressive, and I think she'll be quite a credit to Clearbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Any other comments?
I
Ms.
just
Cheka?
want to echo the same comments, and I know that we're making the right decision because as Trustee Larson was saying that, every member of cabinet over there was shaking their heads. We're doing a good thing.
Thank you, Ms. Cheka. Seeing no other comments, all those in favor, if you'll please raise your right hand. It passes unanimous. Thank you. Dr. Engel?
Yes, we're just so grateful. Just to reiterate what Mr. Larson said, that she did start her career at Clearbrook High School as an assistant principal here as an administrator, and then she moved to Clear Lake High School as associate, back to Clearview High School as head principal for the past 4.5 years. And so we are definitely, she has some great skills, and she is looking forward to go back to her Wolverine family where she initiated. So we are excited about that, and we'll move with that transition this spring.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Engel. Next item, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I move that the Board of Trustees uphold the superintendent's expulsion recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Any comments from the trustees? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. That passes unanimous. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. Are there any items that any trustees would like to pull? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Cunningham?
I move that the board approves the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. And it passes unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consider approval of fiscal year 2022-2023 annual financial report.
Ms. Benzai will come up with Greg Peterson, our audit partner with Weaver, and he has a presentation for us, so they will share that with you.
Thank you.
Good evening. As Dr. Engel mentioned, tonight Greg Peterson is here with Weaver to present the district's annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended August 31, 2023. This is our second year to work with Weaver on our district's annual audit. This annual report must be filed with TEA 150 days after the end of our fiscal year, so that's coming up here at the end of January.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, trustees, Dr. Engel. It's absolutely my pleasure to come present the results of our audit. I would like to make a quick distinction. As Alex mentioned, this is the results of the annual comprehensive financial report. So there is something different in that name, an annual comprehensive report versus an annual financial report. So the district decides to prepare a comprehensive report, which goes above and beyond what is actually required by TEA in just an AFR, an annual financial report. So what the comprehensive financial report does, it adds additional narrative and financial disclosure to the report to increase transparency to those people, to users of those financial statements within the district. As part of that, they also submit to GFOA for the Certificate of Achievement in Excellence for financial reporting, and they did receive that award this year. They're also going to submit for the current year financial statements to receive that award, and I feel 100% confident that they will continue to receive their Certificate of Excellence for going above and beyond what's actually required by TEA. Just wanted to make that quick distinction. And then we can actually get into the results of our audit. So the whole purpose of an audit is for the auditor to render an opinion on the financial statements. I'm pleased to say that we have rendered an unmodified opinion. That's also known as a clean opinion. So that's the highest level of assurance that you can receive in an audit. In addition to performing our procedures over the numbers, we also look at the district's internal controls. Throughout our audit procedures, we did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls, nor did we identify any non-compliance that could be material to the financial statements. So those are all the buzzwords you want to hear regarding how the results of your financial audit went. In addition to auditing the district's financial statements, we are also required to perform a single audit, and that's because the district expends over $750,000 of federal awards. Again, we render an opinion over the single audit. We are rendering an unmodified opinion, again, the highest level of assurance that you can receive. We also evaluate the district's internal controls over compliance. We did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies over those internal controls over compliance, nor did we identify any non-compliance with the district use of those federal funds. The two programs that we tested this year were IDEA B and the ESSER funds. Those two programs gave us 57% coverage of the district's total federal expenditures. As part of our auditing standards, we're required to make certain communications to governance. I've bulleted those comments here. Throughout our audit, we did not identify any material errors, irregularities, or illegal acts. There were no transactions entered into by the district during the year for which there was a lack of authoritative guidance or consensus. There were no difficulties or disagreements between the auditors and management during the course of our audit. We, as your auditors, remained independent throughout the entire engagement. And the district did not go and seek a second opinion from an outside firm for any conclusions that were reached during the audit. Next, we'll talk. Next, we'll talk about some of the actual numbers of the results of our audit. Those previous slides were, again, just the results, the high-level results of the audit. And again, would like to mention that those are all the things you want to hear. Unmodified opinions across the board, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies for your audit and single audit. Those are all great results. When we talk about the financial highlights, I want to talk about the general fund and some of the other major funds of the district. The general fund is the primary operating fund of the district. And there's a few key measures we like to look at as your auditor to kind of test the health of your general fund. One thing we like to do is we take the revenues, we back out the expenses, and we look at what's left over. What's that fund balance that remains within the general fund? This year, that fund balance was a little over $75 million. We take that amount and we put it into different categories. Some of that's going to be restricted for certain purposes, and then some of that's going to be unassigned for general purposes. We like to look at this unassigned portion and compare it to days of operating expenses. So for the year ended 23, the general fund had 75 days of operating expenses, which is a 5-day increase over prior year. And TA really kind of shoots for that measure to be around 60 days. So the district's general fund days of expenditures actually exceeds kind of the TA requirement of 60. Another measure we like to look at is kind of the liquidity of the general fund. So the district's general fund had about $121 million in cash and investments, which is adequate to pay for the $54.6 million in current liability. So, so general fund has adequate fund balance and has liquid assets available to cover current liabilities. Another thing we look at is just looking at revenues in general. Total revenues for the general fund increased about $9.7 million or 3% over prior year. That's the net increase in property taxes, and there was a slight decrease in state funding year over year. The general fund expenditures increased from prior year by $317,000. So that's a very small percent change comparatively year over year. When we're talking about $359 million in total expenditures, there's a $317,000 change year over year. Instruction and related services continues to be the largest functional expense in the district, represents 67% of total expenditures. Another measure we like to look at, and TA likes to look at this as well, is how did the general fund budget to actual end up? Did the district exceed its budget in any functional category? So I'm happy to report tonight that the general fund expenditures did not exceed budget in any functional expenditure. Basically what that goes to show is that the district is being fiscally responsible. The board approves a budget, y'all approve amendments to that budget, and it's management's responsibility to stay within that budget. So at the end of the fiscal year, the general fund was within those approved budgetary amounts. This slide is just a quick representation of the general fund total revenues broken out across the various categories, local and intermediate, state program revenues, and federal revenues. You can see comparatively year over year that those categories have been very comparable year over year, as would be expected, with local and intermediate sources being the largest portion of 73%. Again, that's primarily your property tax. Moving on to expenses, these are your functional categories of expenses within the general fund. Again, you can see comparability across all those functional categories. There's no large swing year over year. And again, with the largest component of that being instruction and related services, representing 67% of those total expenditures. I put a slide in the wrong spot, so I'm going to skip it and we'll come back to it. Since we're talking about funds and their financial results, wanted to hit on some of the district's other major funds, those being the debt service fund, the capital project fund, and the National School Lunch and Breakfast Fund. So the debt service fund is the fund that accumulates the INS side of your property tax for your debt service payments. It ended the year with $37.9 million in fund balance, all of which is restricted for future debt payments. This fund also adopts a budget, and happy to report that this fund did not exceed budgeted expenditures during the year. The next fund is the Capital Projects Fund, and this is the fund that's used to accumulate bonds for capital acquisition. The year ended, the Capital Project Fund had $91.5 million in fund balance, all of which is restricted or committed for construction and capital acquisition. During the year, we tested some of these capital improvements, The largest programs that we tested were those at the Ross Elementary, Whitcomb Elementary, and Clearview High School. So we tested the additions to those facilities and represented approximately $40 million of additions. The National School Breakfast Lunch Program ended the year with $11.5 million in net position, which is a $1.5 million increase over the prior year. This fund gets subsidized with federal and state money. That represented about $8.3 million of revenue. Then you have of course, your local charges for services for lunches. That represented $10.7 million. So the fund had about $19.3 million in revenue and expenses of $17.8 million, which contributed to the $1.5 million increase over the prior year. So those are kind of the highlights of your operating funds within the district. One thing about these funds that we're talking about is they don't include any long-term assets or long-term liabilities of the district. So I wanted to pull out a slide and highlight it specifically. So I wanted to talk about the district's total bonds payable. You can see here we have 5 years of the district's outstanding debt. The current year ended with $1.1 billion in outstanding bonds. During the year, there were several bond transactions. There were $47 million of bonds that were remarketed, essentially refinanced from a variable rate to a fixed rate so that the district could benefit from some interest savings. Also during the year, there's $56 million of new money that was issued for capital improvement. The district does make its regular bond payments. The amount of fund balance sitting in debt service fund plus your next year's debt service collections should be adequate to cover future debt service payments. So no worries about any kind of delays or short-term issuances or financing or liquidity issues regarding your debt service payments. And the final slide I wanted to talk about was in governmental accounting, we get to do everything twice. So like I mentioned, the first set of financial statements are on a modified cash basis. Then we get to aggregate everything and put them on a full accrual basis. So I just wanted to point out that when you look on a full accrual basis at equity and we break it into its components, there's an unrestricted component to this that is in a deficit position. And it's in a better deficit position than it was last year. This year it's in a deficit position of $149 million. But I wanted to point out that the reason it's in a deficit position is because back in 2005 or 2015 and then again in 2018, the district was required to record GASB 65 and 75, which put the pension and OPEB liabilities on the books. And those were huge liabilities. So when you put those liabilities on the book, it forced the unrestricted net position to go deficit. However, if you were to back those two liabilities off the books, you'd actually be in a positive position of $92.4 million. And when your bond rating agencies actually come in and evaluate the districts, they're aware of these pencil liabilities, essentially, that get put on the books. So they know to back those out when they're looking at your total net position for the district. And just to say, when the new bonds were issued during the year for your capital outlay, they were AAA rated. So in no way does having a deficit unrestricted fund balance impede on the district's ability to issue debt and do so at an unfavorable rate or unfavorable rating, because you can see that with the AAA rating, you're going to be getting the best prices and the most premium for that debt. So those are kind of the results from the audit. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any questions from the board or comments? Seeing none, I would just like to say thank you for providing the detailed report and any of the findings and things that stood out in this process as we continue to navigate uncertain budget scenarios and funding formulas from the state, and as we think about the consideration that we took to the voters earlier this fall we recognize that it is these types of audits that continue to provide clarity around the position that the district is in and how we're managing the resources that we have. And so thank you for taking the time to walk through it. It is a lot of data. There is lots of information. We know that we have folks that look at this on a daily basis that ensure that we're managing this appropriately. And so just wanted to say thank you to you and to Ms. Benzai and her team that really focus on the district's fiscal position. It continues to be really important as we look to maintain continued support from a community that cares deeply about public education. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And that does require action, so I'll entertain a motion, please.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Cottrell?
I move that we approve the recommendation of the superintendent that the Board of Trustees accept the annual financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. And it passes unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is consider approval of an order and resolution calling school board trustee election by plurality vote.
Okay, so Ms. Benzai is going to stay up for a few more items, and she will go into our election order for the May trustee election.
Presented tonight for your approval is an order calling the school board trustee election by plurality vote. This order must contain certain information regarding the upcoming election, and I'm going to go through in this presentation with each of those items that are included in the order. So this order is for the May 4th, 2024 Board of Trustee election for District 4, District 5, and at-large position A. This order also outlines that any applications for ballot by mail should be mailed to Jenna Brown, who is our early voting clerk. And one item that we did modify on the election order was the deadline for those applications for ballots by mail to be received. So the actual order that you'll approve tonight has that statutory deadline of April 23rd of 2024. So that is the last day that those applications may be received in our office. We also include the early voting sites, and so we spoke a little bit about this last week at the workshop, but the order contains our early voting dates, which are April 22nd through April 27th, and those voting hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have early voting continuing on Monday, April 29th through Tuesday, April 30th, and we will have hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on those 2 days. The early voting sites we have scheduled. The main voting site is, early voting site is here at the ESC. We've got a site at the Learner Support Center, Westbrook Intermediate, and Creekside Intermediate. And then finally, we have our Election Day polling places. Election Day voting will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We have within single member District 1A, the precincts for all of these are listed, but we'll have Robinson and Clear Falls. Over in single member District 2, we will have Ferguson, Parr, and Nassau Bay City Hall. So we spoke a little bit about that one last time. This was, we normally go into a joint election agreement with, we're required to with another entity, a city or college, and so we have we did reach out to City of Friendswood as well to see if we could utilize or go in with them on one of their facilities for Election Day, but all of their sites are in Friendswood ISD, so it was not feasible to utilize the city or go into a joint election agreement with the City of Friendswood. So we have we are recommending to continue with, as we've done for several years, with Nassau Bay City Hall. And then over in District 3, we have the Learner Support Center in Clear Lake Intermediate, District 4, Westbrook Intermediate and Ward, and District 5, Creekside Intermediate and Bowerschlag. So that is what is all contained in the election order, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benzai. Any questions from the board? Any comments?
Well, I'd just like to echo what I said last week at the workshop, and that is Yeah, and I especially want to emphasize that my comments then, which lamented that we've been handed this one particular option by an outside entity, does not reflect poorly on CCISD in any way. I want to commend your area and you personally for bringing forward a solution to this problem. My comments were in no way were intended to shoot the messenger. And just like to thank you for providing a clear path forward and for supplementing the information you gave us last week and bringing us a package we can approve tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Any other comments, Mr. Bell?
Sure, and I'll echo what Trustee Larson said, and I do appreciate the information you provided a lot. I think your team looked into every possible angle on this, and we're just kind of frustrated at every turn. I know what I had always pushed for many years, and I think we had kind of come around to doing was having the counties conduct our elections because it never made any sense for the county to be having an election on the May election day, and then for us to have our own election at the same time that is separate from the county election. And it seemed like everybody was on board with that. And then this year, Galveston County is still willing to do that, and Harris County is not willing to do it. Despite, as we've learned, Harris County, the Harris County clerk is conducting a countywide election. They are conducting a countywide election for the appraisal district, and they are still refusing to conduct local elections and allow us to be a part of it. So I feel like you and Ms. Sarmechanic have looked at every option here, and the law just restricts us at every turn. We can't change our election schedule. We can't change our terms. We can't force the counties to conduct our election. We are just in a bind where there's no way out except to conduct our own. And so I think the only thing that's really left for the future is that something has to change in the law that that prevents this clearly ridiculous scenario from happening again. Because it makes no sense at all that Harris County and Galveston County are conducting elections on election day, and everyone who is voting in either of those counties, which is a good deal of the number of people who, actually everyone in CCISD, because both counties will have appraisal district elections. Every single person in CCISD is going to have to go to two separate locations, and that's not our fault, it's Harris County's fault. And so I know I kind of hoped when the county clerk's office took over elections in Harris County from the election administrator, who I think we had some difficulties with before, not to mention everyone having difficulties with them, that there would be an improvement in the way these elections were conducted, and it seems like that's not happening. So clearly a lot has to change at the state level to force Harris County to finally come around to what's been done right in the southern half of our district for many years and improve the situation. But thank you for running down all those possibilities. It's very frustrating, and hopefully someday we won't have to be conducting elections anymore as a district, and the counties can do their jobs and do it for us. So anyway, that's me venting, but really thank you for looking into all the possibilities.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the order calling school board election as presented.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. And it passes unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, I believe is also yours, Ms. Benzai?
Yes, okay. The school district is required to have a joint election with either a city or county within our district, and the joint election agreement presented to you will ensure compliance with this requirement. We've reached out to the city of Nassau Bay, which has 4 positions up for election in May, and we have held joint elections with them for several years. The City Council in Nassau Bay will consider this election at a February council meeting. So tonight we are asking for your approval of this joint election agreement with the City of Nassau Bay.
Thank you, Ms. Benzai. Any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the joint election agreement with the City of Nassau Bay.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Any other comments? All those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. It passes unanimous. Thank you. Next item is also yours, Ms. Benzai.
All right, so at the last workshop, we presented information to you regarding equipment needs for the upcoming May election. And finding out that Harris County was not able to administer this election in May, we looked at our last elections that we ran and figured out what hurdles we needed to overcome to prepare and administer a good election. So tonight we're asking approval of $155,000 from capital and contingency funds to cover the cost of 3 items. A high-speed ballot scanner for processing our mail ballots. We're also asking for the purchase of Heart Verity Count software, which will be utilized in the tabulation of election results and reporting. And finally, poll pad equipment, which can be used during the electronic voter check-in and verification process. The technology department, Ms. Brown and I reviewed several products and concur that these items will greatly facilitate the processing of election returns and streamline the voting process for our voters and poll workers. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benzai. Any questions or comments from the board? I will just say, Ms. Benzai, I think when we spoke, when you presented at the workshop, we did have some discussion about the items that you've identified here, kind of being current with what the county is doing as far as their elections and us recognizing that that will be important if it's something we're going to be administering. I didn't know if you could just talk just a moment about that.
Sure. So our equipment that we currently own is Heart equipment. And so this is really the first 2 items that I mentioned are add-ons to that equipment that will really help us on election night when we have so many mail ballots. And we do anticipate having several because of the primaries in a presidential year. So that will really help speed up the process for that. We also are recommending the utilization of the electronic poll books, which is the product that we're recommending going with interfaces with. It's through Heart, and these are actually used by Galveston County as well. So we did reach out to Galveston County, and they're very familiar with the product. They are offered to come out and help us if we needed any help with implementing those. So they really do help at the voting location with bringing in voters, making sure they're in the right place on election day. And if they're not, it gives very clear directives of this is where they should go to vote. So it will really help not only our poll workers as they're registering voters, but also our voters to ensure that they're at the right location.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benzai. Seeing no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Ms. Cheka?
I move to recommend the superintendent's recommendation to approve the use of capital project funds of $155,000 for the purchase of election equipment and software.
Thank you, Ms. Cheka. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. And it passes unanimous. Thank you. And next item?
Okay, last one for elections. So the final election-related item we have for you tonight is the approval of the purchasing method to be used for the purchase of the election equipment that we're asking for. We're asking for their approval of the award of a contract with ILA by board vendor Hart InterCivic for a total estimated expenditure of $184,000 for election equipment, supplies, and licenses. So HART is our current provider for our election equipment that we already own. This number is higher than the previously mentioned number of 155, as it also includes all of the ballots that we have to purchase, all of the supplies that go along with running an election. So that runs anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000. So the total that we will spend with this particular vendor, we anticipate to reach $184,000. We're requesting approval for that tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Benzai. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the award of a contract with ILA by board vendor Hart InterCivic for a total estimated expenditure of $184,000 for election equipment, licenses, and software.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. And it passes unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benzai. Hello, Dr. Sullivan.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here today to share a little bit about our calendar and our calendar process for the 24-25 school year. So before I start, I just want to say thank you for all your volunteer work as our CCISD board members. But I'll go ahead and get started on our typically, we have a process and we follow something very similar every year. So many of you have heard versions of this before, but we always start with sort of our assumptions and our boundaries, right? And so we have lots of things that we try to make sure we adhere to, our mandated requirements, like our 187-day teacher contract, as well as our minute requirement, which is 75,600. We look at and review our holy days, as well as our federal holidays and our local holidays. And then another thing that we really work toward is to align our calendar with SanJack as well as COM, specifically for our Horizon students, as well as really all of our students that are in our dual credit classes. And when I say align, as you know, most colleges have shorter calendars or shorter semesters than we do, but we want things like our spring break and things like that to align so that our students will actually all be off on those special holidays that we have throughout the year. So this year, we had lots of conversations in the fall, in September, October, and November, when we started drafting calendars. And there are a couple of different committees that work. We have a Region 4 calendar district committee, which is a large group, right? And then we have an area calendar committee, which also includes just our surrounding districts and districts that are sort of close to us. And then conversations as well as with the colleges. And SanJack, we have conversations in COM to work on drafting calendars. So that was done in the fall, really September, October, November time. And by the end of November, we had 3 drafts that we proposed to the DEIC at that meeting in late November, which was right after our Thanksgiving break. And they were in favor of moving those forward to, and so we were able to start our communications and public voting a couple of days later on December 1st. That information went out to the public to begin voting, and we really had the month of our December for the voting to occur. And we're going to look at the voting totals and the different ways that we have, and we collect those results. But we did meet with the DEIC last week in January, mid-January, the 17th, to review all the data, consider factors, and then finalize a recommendation to Dr. Engel. So I'm going to share all of that with you right now. So before we get started, I wanted us to just briefly look back at the calendars. I know you've seen all the drafts, but we have a couple of things that we wanted to talk about before that. The first one being a new concept or idea for this calendar, the 24-25 school year calendar, and we will be adding 2 EP days, and EP stands for Exchange Professional Learning. So in lots of conversations with our Teacher Retention Committee and with in our listening sessions that Dr. Engel did and lots of us did when we visited the campuses and talked to teachers about ways to support them better and to better meet their needs. Many times we heard that teachers do a lot outside of their contract, which we all know, and that is something that happens with teachers on the weekends, sometimes in the summertime. We have professional learning in the curriculum department pretty much every day of the summer, and there's a group of teachers sitting in there learning something, and often an instructional coach in there leading that professional learning. So we wanted to be able to honor some of that time that we know that teachers spend in learning outside of their contract. So we added 2 EP days, which essentially will be taking the place of 2 professional learning days, and where they will be able to exchange time for those days. So for example, if they are at a math problem solving training in June, then they can, if they work 6 hours of those, then they can exchange that for some of the 2 EP identified days on our calendars. So we're working out all the details, and there's probably going to be lots of plans and supports for that process, but I just wanted to share that big idea because we're about to see those on our calendar drafts. So here's draft 1, and draft 1 really mirrors the current school year. It was a later start. Now you will see that we have 2 EP days on this option in October on a Friday and a Monday. That Friday is Yom Kippur, so we're trying to loop in as many holidays we can for our students. And then that is Columbus Day is the 14th. So this calendar includes a week at Thanksgiving, a typical break for the winter break, and our March. You'll notice that on all the calendars, our spring break is a little bit later, and that's because that's aligning with San Jack and COM. So it looks like all of our spring breaks are a week later because they are on these drafts. And this calendar ends right at the end of May on May 30th for our students, and May 31st for teachers. And that's Saturday. That's a Saturday professional day. Calendar draft 2 has sort of a midweek start, and this calendar is sort of condensed and pushed together, so it has a later start and a earlier end. But the significant piece of calendar 2 was that our EP days are placed during the week of Thanksgiving. So our teachers and professional staff would exchange that time, and we don't have that Friday, Monday in December on this calendar. Typical winter break and spring breaks, of course, are all going to be the same. Then calendar draft 3 mirrors what our calendars have looked like in previous years. That little bit earlier starts, very similar to calendar 1, except there's a week pushed earlier, right? And so it's an August 5th start. We have the EPs in October, full week at Thanksgiving, typical winter, typical spring break, and this one gets us out right before Memorial Day. So now let's look at the data from the voting and other conversations. So you can see on this slide that we have the first thing that's obvious is calendar 2 wasn't very popular, and calendars 1 and 3 were popular with the community as well as the staff. So you can see we've got about 43% for wanting calendar 1, and about almost 45% wanting calendar 3. So very close. You can also see that our staff favors calendar 1 a little bit more. The community favors calendar draft 3 a little bit more.
Why is that, Dr. Silva? do you think?
Well, I don't exactly know, but I do know that that there is the community, I think, likes to get out before Memorial Day, and that's something that Calendar Draft 3 has. And I know that for staff, it's the same number of days, right? It's just moving around on the calendar, but I think there is the concern or the perception that Calendar 1 starts earlier. So our summer will be shorter this summer. Of course, if we go with the other one, our summer will be shorter next summer. It all sort of evens out in the wash. But I think they're very close. They're very similar, except for the start and ends. All the middle pretty much of the calendar is the same. So if you look at the CIIC campus voting, so we vote in two different ways. We have an individual vote where you can vote as a community member or you can vote as a parent. And then we have what we call a campus vote, and that is where the campuses choose one calendar that sort of represents them, and that's inputted in as a CIIC vote. So those are weighted, and so you can see that Calendar 1 was very heavy on the CIIC campus votes. Those are weighted based on its student enrollment, and so some of the schools, the bigger schools, kind of push that in whichever direction. So interesting data for our DEIC committee to consider. Some years it's very aligned and it's very obvious. In some years it's been more like this. So then in DEIC, we spend a fair amount of time having a conversation about the data and also other things that aren't included in the data, but that we should consider. We had a lengthy discussion, longer than we ever have in DEIC last week. We talked for over an hour and considered the data and then some other I wanted to share with you. First of all, obviously, we considered all of the voting results. We also looked at and talked about surrounding district calendars. And so in our surrounding districts, so by surrounding, I don't mean all of Region 4. I really mean Pasadena, Pearland, Friendswood, Dickinson, LaPorte is in that meeting. We try as a group to have a similar calendar. We know we have lots of families who have either teachers who work here or students who go to Pasadena or vice versa. And so there is power in us trying to stay aligned. So all of our surrounding districts calendars, now not every single day, but as far as the start and end, align with Calendar 3. And so we talked about that for quite a while. We know we've been focusing on, and one of our goals is attendance. And it's hard for our kids to come to school if everybody around is already out. And so those are just some tricky things. So we talked about that. We also talked about dual credit this year. I mentioned we like to align with the colleges for obvious reasons. And we definitely want things like our spring break to match their spring breaks, and for the San Jack and Calm to match so that we all can have the same spring break. But interesting this year, and this is the first time this has happened, where we have a calendar that actually starts after San Jack. So typically our students, like at Horizons or even Brook or other places where students attend San Jack, they go to school, they get sort of their system down, their established schedule, that type of thing. And then usually it's the next week, but at least after the start of our school year, then the students will begin attending their college classes. This is the first time we have a Calendar 1, where our students would go to San Jack classes before the start of the school year for CCISD. So that's a little tricky for families and transportation and really just schools, because we like to set the tone and sort of set the expectations for our students before they start those college classes. So we had a lot to talk about. We also talked about the semester numbers, and you can see that on Draft 1 we have a very not weighted equally. Draft 1, if the fall is very short. The spring is longer as far as the number of days. Draft 3 is a little more even, still a little different, but a little more even. So we talked about, excuse me, we really talked about and spent some time talking about what's good for our kids, right? What's good for students. And is it better for our student? Which calendar would be better for kids? The adults, we can figure it out. You know, we can make arrangements. But really what's good for kids, we had some teachers share about the instructional time and how let's give our kids the most opportunities we can, you know, before we get to a STAR test or an AP test, which occurs in late April and May and those type of things. And so ultimately, after a very long conversation in DEIC, which was great and a little bit all over the place because of the way the data looked, we had lots of good input and good comments. Ultimately, our committee decided to recommend calendar draft 3 to Dr. Engel, and that was pretty much across the board. By the end of the conversation, we even had some that said, if I'd known all the things, you know, all of this stuff, then we probably would have voted for 3. But those are some things that unless you really start counting the number of days on the calendar, you might not know that. And so it was a great conversation, but ultimately they all felt good about moving forward to recommend draft 3 to Dr. Engel. So I will answer questions if you have any. I will try to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Any questions from the board? Ms. Cheka?
I want to say thank you. I know this is probably one of the hardest things that any committee has to do. I know no matter what happens, there will be people that are not happy with the calendar and some that are. I love the concept of the 2 EP days. I know teachers go to training during the summer, so I think that's a great way to reward them for that and be able to work in some more breaks during the school year. I like the even number of days as well. For calendar 3, when does that put not your teachers but your other faculty that goes back a little earlier? What day does that put them going back? Because I think that is what I have heard from some of the teachers, that they're having to go back really early, and it will cut the summer like you said, but
right.
Do you know what that day is that they're going back?
So there's a bunch of different calendars, and so depending on the number of days somebody works, a 187, which is what we design this calendar for, is the typical teacher. They would go back August 5th, but new teachers will come the week before. Now they will be able to use those, some of those that time as EP days, which is great. It's never been an option really for brand new to CCISD teachers. Will start that week before,
so new training will count as the EP days.
It can count as yes, it will, and so that's going to be a great thing for them because it's an optional thing. They're not paid for that. It's not part of their contract, but of course we want them to come, and it helps us set the stage, and for them to feel equipped to start the school year. So all the calendars are different. So and typically what happens is once this calendar is approved, then it moves on to our business services department and they create the other calendars around this one. But you're right. I mean, I would assume if you usually start 2 weeks before, then you would start 2 weeks before. So, and this calendar aligns to what our typical year would look like. You might remember last year we pushed back a week for budgetary reasons. And so this kind of pulls us back to what we typically have done. So I'm sorry, I don't have an exact answer for that.
Mr. Bell?
Yes. So what kinds of discussions, because I mean the big outlier is obviously the campus improvement committees. What kind of discussions happened in some of those that led those campuses toward option 1?
So I'm not a part of those, but the conversation that we heard at DEIC was, and I did have one of the representatives from actually our biggest high school emailed me in December and said, we voted 3 times and it keeps being even. And what do I do? And I said, well, you have to pick one. That's how voting works, So they did, and they picked one. But we had multiple people at the DEIC say they were almost at a stalemate at Clear Falls, Clear Springs. Several of them even just brought that up. So it depends. Sometimes And it was December, so it was a busy time of year when that was due from the CIICs as well. But sometimes each of the CIIC members represents either their department or their grade level in elementary or something like that typically. And so sometimes they go out, they talk to their team, and they say, oh, which one do we think we want? Okay, we want one, or we want four, or whatever number it is. And then they come back and then they decide as that small group. Sometimes campuses say, we're going to do a tally vote and do the whole and then, right. So it all varies, and we don't have a specific required process for that. So I think there's a lot of communication and a lot of conversation and a lot of data to kind of pull from. And I know sometimes it's tricky and it's December and it's busy. And so I don't know how much there is. So I don't think there's one way. I think there's a lot of ways for them to make that decision. But I do know many said at our DEIC, we could have gone either way, like, that kind of thing. So it was just tricky.
Thank you.
Mr. Moen, any other comments, questions, Mr. Cottrell?
Actually, you can go. Maybe more comments, but maybe question also. I don't know. The question about how soon others will actually start with this calendar. My daughter's in marching band. I know that they start practicing early. So for the athletics and the fine arts people that start, prior to the school year beginning, how will this calendar affect them starting back? Any idea?
Yeah, again, it's going to be similar to how in all years past minus this year it's been. Typically when we have new teachers at Springs, we have the band is also practicing, and so they will just adjust those calendars based on that. It all is like this, it's all moving together. So specifically, I don't know that, and I don't know that information. So
Well, I mean, I do like the third option, and I think it's the most balanced, of the three. This would have been an ideal year to give the students off the day after Halloween, given that November 1st was a Friday. Just saying. I think
Wait,
a lot of
I'm gonna
parents
look and see what
would
they
be happy about that.
Oh, a Friday.
So should there be any revisions, that would be a good one to consider.
I will keep that in mind for the future. I think, unfortunately, that always comes really close to Election Day, and we know we want Election Day, our students to be home for safety. So
Yeah.
I hear you, though. I think teachers
Late
would
night
probably be in support of a day after Halloween.
Well, and I guess, when you were talking about the DEIC looking at the students and possibly looking at days that they're missing. Attendance is a big factor. So
Right.
is the day after Halloween actually one of those days where you have a high, absent rate on that day? So
Okay.
not out there, champion for it, but
Pretty even. Yeah.
if
If
it's
falling on a Friday, that
falling
That may
on a
be
Friday
different,
would
so
be
we'll
ideal.
see. We'll collect that data this year. We'll let you know. I don't know. I think right now they come to school that day, but on a
Right.
Friday it might be different. You're right.
One thing we can do too, and to your question about the band and all that, it's really governed by UIL.
Yeah.
And there's some changes that UIL made recently, so we will get that to you in the Friday packet, just the specific details. And so we will make sure that you have that information
Thank you.
Thank you.
once that calendar.
Did you have something else, Mr. Cottrell?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to kind of echo what Trustee Check has said. Thank you to all the committees, DEIC. I also wanted to point out something that you said earlier, our faith-based, leaders for recognizing some of the holidays that we might not have traditionally in the past recognized, and just taking that into consideration as well. So thank you for that. When you stop and think the alignment that has to happen in terms of, with our dual credit, for example, making sure that, they align with their colleges, whether that's COM or San Jack. And then, just also taking into account, our single parent families as well, and making sure that, things like Christmas holiday and everything are as fair as possible. So once again, it's a tough, job and a tough vote. And, to echo, you're not always going to make everybody happy. My question, when I look at the total votes cast, and I'm trying to recollect in years past how that stands, I want to say last year when we went back out to the community, it was around 1,200 more votes, like 8,500 maybe, something like that.
I don't have those exact numbers, but I can tell you that typically, well, I say typically, I did pull some numbers, and we had 2,000 or 3,000 total pre 2019, and then that's when we started pushing on social media, and so it got much popular. And so I think our community vote was very similar, or maybe a little bit higher. Our staff vote was a little lower this time, and not quite as high as we would like it to be.
Right.
But
And I just wanted to point that out, especially as close as the vote was. I encourage our teachers to make their voice heard. And if they feel particularly strong about a certain, just to make sure that they're voting as well. Because when you look at the numbers, 43.5% versus 44.5%.
Very close.
I mean,
yeah. It's
very,
close.
very close.
And in 22, we had over 7,400 total.
And that's less than 90 votes, basically. So,
yeah.
Yeah. Could I point something out, though? Options 2 and options 3 are extremely similar. And so if you've got a situation where you can only pick one of them, and really the only difference between the calendars is that starting week, because Christmas break is in the same place and spring break is in the same place. And so if you look at calendar 2 and calendar 3 together, which really aren't that different in terms of that issue, then that combined vote wins pretty overwhelmingly among the community. It's just the DEI or the campus improvement committees where we see option 1 really prevail.
Outlier.
And so what I really wonder is, after those campuses got time to kind of sit down together and talk about it, they kind of came to the conclusion that they liked option 1 better, and maybe didn't have some of the information that the DEIC did. So is there anything we could maybe do differently in future years to make sure that early on the campus improvement committees have access to that information?
There is, for sure, things like the number of days in the semester. That's obviously that's on our drafts, the numbers, and we talked about that. But thinking through what that looks like for a student is a different thing. But we certainly can provide. We try to provide as much information as we can. But it's hard to know, and that's shared through a representative that's brought, and they obviously have our minutes from our meeting and all of that conversation to have. But then on the campus, it can morph into something different, but we can try to share as much information. We always try to share as much information, but yes, certainly.
Yeah, I just don't want to have a situation where the campus committees, because I'm sure it's already in some campuses difficult to get parents and people like that to volunteer to be part of those committees. And I really don't want to send the message that their votes didn't matter.
Absolutely. Yes. Which is why there's been so much conversation about it, because it is lovely when they align, but when they don't, we need to have more conversation to try to get to the best decision for the kids. That's right.
Thanks.
And I was just going to say, with that being said, that maybe, especially if we run into a situation where, we've taken that initial vote and 2 calendars are very similar, maybe that calendar that wins, so you have, maybe another vote, possibly a runoff, so to speak. And you basically, especially when those numbers are so close, I get
Absolutely.
it. It's the time of year, it's, survey fatigue, et cetera. But,
Absolutely.
just to make sure we're capturing what the community and what our teachers are looking for.
For sure.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Any other comments, Dr.
I
Engel?
would just wanted to reiterate too, sometimes it's the timing, like she said, knowing what surrounding districts are going to do. They kind of wait
Right.
for us, knowing, I mean, she said
yes.
in-depth conversations. I've done a little bit of that after the fact of Sanjack and, COM. That's a real challenge because we're all trying to anticipate what that
Right.
might look like, and it kind of converges. This is excellent information that
Yeah.
probably if everybody had this, the alignment is really key.
And
And I put that down, alignment that has to happen.
Yeah.
That is such an
That is-
important
yes.
factor in this, that timing does present some challenges, but just
Right.
commend the efforts that went into getting that feedback and
Yeah.
trying to make that alignment.
Right.
Well, and I will say, our neighboring districts, I think Friendswood approved theirs last week.
Yeah.
But they are the first one, and most of them don't because
Right.
it's like we all share. I have drafts but they don't want us to really publicly share those, so they don't want us to, scan them into a document to share with campus. So it's tricky, and so some of the information, unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable sharing widely, especially because they're drafts, and we know how that goes sometimes, and so it's hard to be able. I felt confident that I could say that in January at our meeting last week that all of our district. I've gotten drafts from Pasadena, apparently all of the Alvin, all of the neighboring districts, and they're all aligning with the start of the 5th. I would not have felt comfortable saying that in December, but certainly the number of days, when the breaks are, that type of thing. There was conversation in November at our DEIC meeting about Sanjack starting earlier than anticipated, which would impact our dual credit, and that our representative from Horizons was very vocal about that and very concerned about potentially a calendar draft 1. And we always know we can figure things out, but we also know we want to try to do what's best for the kids. So that's how we ended on last week.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Any other comments?
Just one quick comment about the EP days. It's a good way to show not only the teachers, but the public about how much our teachers do above and beyond. And you talked about contract days. I don't think most people understand that they're doing stuff when they're not being paid to do stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to show that. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Great
McCoy.
point.
Any other comments from the board? I will say over the years that I've been on the board, I think something that I've noticed is increased information that we're sharing with the community about all of the variables that are considered into how the calendar gets put together. And so while it may not be a favorite for some people, for some parents, for some staff, that there are lots of variables that are taken into consideration that ultimately help coalesce around the options that we offer. And so I think we continue to do better in that area and helping people understand how that's happening in the background. And ultimately, I think that will help when the selection is made and it's rolled out. And so thank you.
Yep.
Definitely great discussion. Thank you from the board. Thank you, Dr. Engel. Thanks, Dr. Silva. Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Ms. Cheka?
I move to approve the recommendation of the superintendent to approve the calendar draft 3 for the 2024-25 academic calendar. It also the recommendation that elementary school summer dates for 2024 are teacher workday June 3rd. Students attend June 24th through 25th of 2024 for a total of 16 days. In addition, the superintendent recommendation for the board to designate March 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, November 27th, December 23rd, 27th, 30th, and 31st of 2024 as non-business days for the purpose of the Texas Public Information Act.
Thank you, Ms. Cheka. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. It passes unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consider approval of the use of capital project funds for facility-related projects.
Okay, Mr. Aragon will lead us into that.
Last 4. Good evening and happy New Year to everybody.
Good evening.
So my first item is we're asking to use $125,000 for a replacement of the mechanical boiler that services the Clearbrook High School academic wing. Unfortunately, this boiler stopped working during the cold weather, and it is no longer in warranty, but still within its lifespan. So it needs to be replaced urgently. Maintenance was able to rent a boiler, I believe, for $5,000 a month, so that we could continue to run hot air during cold weather. But they were able to locate a new boiler with zero lead time, which is fantastic, in Houston. And so we're requesting that $125,000 to replace the boiler immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Aragon. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I move that we approve the use of capital projects funds of $125,000 for facility-related projects.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. It passes unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Aragon.
My next item is related to the boiler again, and this is for approval of a buy-board contract to American Mechanical Services, who are a Houston-based mechanical contractor who have done work in the district before and are very reliable. And they are the ones that have been able to secure this boiler for us, and they're going to offer us a turnkey service, so delivery and installation.
Thank you, Mr. Aragon. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the award of a contract with ILA by board vendor American Mechanical Services of Houston for a total estimated expenditure of $125,000 to replace the boiler at Clearbrook High School.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. And it passes unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Aragon.
My third item is to consider approval to award a construction contract 2024.404 for the Bowerslag, Gilmore, and Weber Central Plant Replacement Project to Jamalyn Smith Construction in the amount of $4,890,000. The substantial completion dates are August 1 for the central plant equipment and January 5th for the chiller. This project is in budget, and we deemed that Jamalyn Smith was the best value GC on this. They are a local company, a local GC that have done a lot of work at CCISD, and we're very happy to have them on board.
Thank you, Mr. Aragon. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Cunningham?
I move that the board approves the superintendent's recommendation to approve construction contract 2024.404 to Jamalyn Smith Construction LP in the amount of $4,890,000 for the Bowerslag, Gilmore, and Weber Elementary Schools Central Plant Replacement Projects.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. And it passes unanimous.
And my last item is to consider approval to award the construction contract 2024.405 for the Falcon Pass, Goforth, and Robinson Central Plant Replacement Project to Division 1 Construction in the amount of $4,969,000. Same substantial completion date, August 1st, 2024, and January 5th for the chiller, 2025. This project, again, is in budget, and we deem them to be the best value GC. Again, Division 1 has done a lot of work in the district, and we're very pleased to have them.
Thank you, Mr. Aragon. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Cottrell?
I move that we approve the recommendation of the superintendent to approve construction contract 2024.405 to Division 1 Construction in the amount of $4,969,000 for the Falcon Pass, Goforth, and Robinson Elementary Schools Central Plant Replacement Projects.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. Any other comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, if you'll raise your right hand. It passes unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Aragon.
Thank you.
And the board will now return to closed session under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074 at 8:55 p.m. call us back into open session at 11:42 p.m. And with no further business before the board.
Wait.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Any other comments before we close the meeting?
Nope.
Thank you to all who joined us earlier this evening for tonight's topics and for Board Appreciation Month, and we appreciate the support we continue to receive from our community. And thank you, Dr. Engel, for your continued leadership here in CCISD. So with no further business before the board, I will adjourn us at 11:42.